Are we good? I think it's good. It's good. Are we good? Why isn't this loading? Why isn't it loading? I need the link. Okay, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Post this and catch up real quick. Wouldn't get any clip. Yeah, I'm down. Oh well. Oh well. Oh yeah, we need to finish this. Shit. Where do we get off though? Where do we get off? Yeah, we're coming down, right? Yeah, these candles were like printing as we're talking about like the delta, like we're ramping up. They end up doing like a little bit of this thing, right? But if anybody smashed this thing, you would out break even. So. But whatever. We talked about this long though, right? Talked about this long, the whole 50 moving average, single print grab, etc. Let's talk about this retest. Although you probably would have got stopped out depending on your exchange. That's a little bank. But how is this stuff doing? So I'm curious about. I did end up taking this TP. This thing got hit, so juice. There's still a lot running, so I'm waiting to see what's going on here. We also got into a soul short, which might be our stop out already. Let me probably open the exchange, yeah. Yeah, I might have got. Let's see. Actually, let's update our levels first. Don't do that. Let's put an alarm there for this stuff. What's going on? Okay, cool. Leave it like this, right? We'll watch these three. Oh yeah, the levels. Oh, so don't know if I mentioned it, but yeah, we got fucking stopped out on this goddamn short from yesterday. Right? Where's this thing?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell no, man. What the
That was
fuck,
me when I
man?
fucking saw that shit. I might stop loss and like tiny profit and it literally ding. Motherfuckers. Pissing me off. Also, good thing to get into ETH, right? Good call to get into ETH before this fucking end up going. I guess at the end of the day, everything kind of went, but we got in early on this. Suppose if we got any other stuff, would have been late. Boom. Which one did we just do? We're missing the point of control, right? Interesting day, right? These things are shit in the bed while Nasdaq was just sending. If one stopped out before, it's definitely stopped out now, right? It's okay though, managed our risk. Moonwalking out that bitch. Should probably get this stuff going though. We'll put this back over here. Switch this. Also, I don't know why I agreed to go on a hike tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning! On a fucking Saturday? Fuck! Fuck. I'm pissed. I'm fucking pissed. Also, I'm curious about watching videos on stream. Like, what is the rules for this? Boom, 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 boom. The math.
She don't move for love, she moves for numbers. Golden entry, Marcos. Yeah. She arched like the fib retrace. Via golden pocket, I find that place. Her body math, no room for waste. I trace slow, she matched that pace. She bounced back like a open 5 move. EMA touch, she slipped, she groove. Stop lost tight when she let me in. I risk it clean, reward Benson. Eyes on the chart, but she moaned my name. TP hit when I grip that frame. No emotion, just the game. But she come fast when I mark that range. Golden entry, she ride that wave so sensually. Golden entry, she pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry, she roll her hips like price for me. Golden entry, all this math make her lose belief.
Also, that really need to spend some time. Actually, let's do this right now so we don't forget.
She ride that wave so sensually. Golden entry, she pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry, she roll her hips like price for me. Golden entry, all this math make her lose belief. She said don't stop till the chart complete. I said girl, this is price technique. No romance, just trend and heat. She said trade me, not treat me sweet. Golden entry, she bounced that move so militantly. Golden entry, she chart my name like symmetry.
That's a weird update. What is that?
She wicked that dip then ride for me. Golden entry, I make a moan. The math is
Okay, we'll leave that there.
golden, precise, calculated love, just math, Marcos.
Hmm.
Yeah, they try to short the bottom. Back call, baby. We dancing while they margin calling. Let's go. Short the low, that's a no. Watch my profits overflow. We in the club, lights glow. While your account going slow. Marcos got the chart show. Candles green in a row. You press L, I press buy. Now you watching me grow. Yeah, you thought it was down bad, I saw it was prime. By the dip, pop champagne, perfect time. You was praying for the fall, I was stacking the climb. Now I'm VIP, dancing pockets all in the prime. While you close with a loss, I'm emotional gains. You got caught in the trap, I was right in the lanes. Big bull energy, yeah, runs in my veins. Shortest crying in the corner while we sipping champagne. Every tick up, yeah, I feel that rush. Wallet look fat, can't fit that much. Shortest get squeezed while we lift that up. Now we laugh from the yard at the beat.
Oh, what a terrible. Hold on, let's redo this prompt. What a joke.
Lights glow while your account going slow. Marcos got the chart show. Candles green in a row. You press L, I press buy. Now you watching me grow. Short the low, that's a no. Watch my profits overflow. We in the club, lights glow while your account going slow. Marcos got the chart show. Candles green in a row. You press L, I press buy. Now you watching me grow. It said it's over, I said watch this flip. Caught the bottom clean like a championship.
think they're trying to assess what's wrong with my shoulder. So let's stand up. Let's stand up so we're at a better angle for this thing.
Marcos. Whole fam up now. Yeah. Lights low, charts glow. Yeah, yeah. Fam good, whole table eating. Long nights turn a lifetime feasting. Cold charts, but the place stay heated. Took the risk, not a mission completed. Fam good, put the stress in the past. Every move, math sharp like glass. City lights blur when the bins go fast. Made it out the lows, now we built to last. Woke up in silk sheets, rain hit the skylight. Used to pray for a break, now it's alright. Mom's tears
Was
turn
I just muted the whole time? Possibly. Possibly. Does it matter? Not really. Not really.
every entry surgical. Turn the pain to a game, now it's purposeful. I see the stress fade
So
every
what were we
time
looking at?
all from a chart and a little exile. Yeah. All from a chart and a little exile. Yeah. now the mission completed. Fam good, put the stress in the past. Every move, math sharp like glass. City lights blur when the bins go fast. Made it out the lows, now we built to last. Back when the nights had more fear than sleep, I was deep in the charts, no peer, no cheat. Whole fam on my back, but the grind felt right. Cause the numbers never lie when you read them at night. Now we toast on the deck of a yacht under moon haze. Laughing about the times we was lost in the gloom phase. Every bag I secured, it's a seat at the feast. From the west coast sun to the lights in the east. We ain't going back now. No. Saved us, the math paid us. Every tick, every risk, built this. Fam good, whole table eating. Long nights turn a lifetime feasting. Cold charge, but the place stay heated. Took the risk, now the mission completed. Fam good, put the stress in the past. Every move, math sharp like glass. City lights blur when the bins go fast. Made it out the lows, now we built to last.
There's a lot still left running on this ETH trade. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll leave some open. Maybe we'll leave it open. Maybe we'll greed it a bit. If this alarm gets tagged, we'll start to kind of look a little bit more at this. Maybe we'll just leave it so we don't have to worry about it. Sure, we might end up, we'll close them up, start to go back, but.
Signal drop, whole squad react. We don't talk loud, now we talking the math. Every point precise like we cut with a draft. Profits in the trunk, couple racks in the stash. Bear try step, he gon' leave in the past. Trading with the gang, we don't miss no play. Slow roll, win, stack racks all day. Move so clean, they just watch, can't say. West Coast cool, why the charts still sway. Trading with the gang, we don't miss no play. Levels hit perfect, watch the candles obey. Marco's in the cut, real calm, no spray. We just count up while the rest no phone. Never rush moves, got the patience built in. One green flash and a profit locked in. Squad all sharp, yeah, the circle all win. Math on the board, that's the code we in. We don't miss no play. Nah, slow roll, win, stack racks all day. Yeah, move so clean, they just watch, can't say. West Coast cool, while the charts still sway. Trading with the gang, we don't miss no play. Never. Levels hit perfect, watch the candles obey. Yeah, Marco's in the cut, real calm, no spray. We just count up while the rest yeah. Marco's trades, cool moves, cold math. Gang eat together, always.
Yeah. Whole gang lit. Bags heavy. Marcos, let's ride. We in the charts with the crew that's back. Stack so tall, yeah, don't collapse. Lights on us while the beat goes slap. Every tray hit, now the bottles get cracked. Gang in the spot, we ain't missing no play. Money keep dancing like it's on replay. Hands up high when we run that game. Profits go wild when they hear our name. Deep in the zone, but we still gon' vibe. Trade flow heat where the club get live. Entries crisp, we don't chase that tide. Just wait for the move, then the gang gon' ride. Shorts get squeezed, yeah, we love that pop. Long take flight when the biz don't stop. From the charts to the flow, we connect that drop. Every move locked in, whole squad on top. We in the charts with the crew that's back. Stack so tall, yeah, don't collapse. Lights on us while the beat goes slap. Every tray hit, now the bottles get cracked. Gang in the spot, we ain't missing no play. Money keep dancing like it's on replay. Hands up high when we run that game. Profits go wild when they hear our name. Late night, charts glow, gang tight. Move smart, play right. We gon' win all night. We in the charts with the crew that's back. Stack so tall, yeah, it don't collapse. Lights on us while the beat goes slap. Every trade hit, now the bottles get cracked. Gang in the spot, we ain't missing no play. We keep dancing like it's on replay. Hands up high when we run that game. Profits go wild when they hear our name. Late nights. Late nights.
We move risky, math in the clip, lifestyle 50-50. Yeah. Charts look calm, but the waves still deadly. High stake plays, every entry feel edgy. Cold eyes stare when the numbers turn heavy. Ice on my neck, but the trigger finger ready. Fade the herd, I don't follow no sheep. Yacht life days, but the grind don't sleep. High leverage shots, they gon' feel that heat. Price at my line, that's $1 million a week. We move risky, math like a drum, let it hit me. Clips both ways if they tempt me. Profits and pressures 50-50, yeah.
Interesting.
Lifestyle wild, but it fits me. Long nights turn to the Bentley keys. High stakes, high life, come get with me, yeah. Fake consensus, let the market talk slow. Shorts get squeezed while the Lambo top go. Feast on the charts, every candle I know. From the bottom now it's all high floors, no low. Count chips in the penthouse suite. Glass floor view while the city don't sleep. Ops mad cause my math too deep. Fibonacci lines cut clean through beef. We move risky, math like a drum, let it hit me. Clips both ways if they tempt me. Profits and pressures 50-50, yeah. Risky, lifestyle wild, but it fits me. Long nights turn to the Bentley keys. High stakes, high life, come get with me, yeah. Risky, but the math still clean. Charts in the streets both know what I mean.
We have an idea. This stuff look good? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. We'll leave the box there for until next week. Leave the gappity gap there till next week. Boom, 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 boom. Mm. Okay, we gotta make sure we do all this. Okay. We're gonna get this TP hit tonight or what? Or what?
Trading from the villa in Ibiza. Golden 10 shot up, no visa. Nah, cocktails mad sweet like a teaser. Woke up rich, now the view got deeper. Deeper.
Candle glow, sun on skin. Limit hit, get a fib locked in. Poolside bag with a summer grin. Marcos trades, let the wins begin.
What? Interesting. The funding flipped negative? Interesting.
Wi-Fi strong, but the vibe still lazy. Tings and bikinis, charts go crazy. 618, watch the bounce so wavy.
What's the rates right now?
Haters all shape. Lobster lunch, then a scalp for dessert. Villa got views and a bag comfort. Don't need stress, just math that works. Summer in sync with the fib alert.
Straight in front of that in a visa. Golden 10 shot up, no visa. Cocktails not sweet like a teaser. Woke up rich, now the view got deeper.
Candle glow, sun on skin. Limit hit, yeah, the fib locked in. Poolside bag with a summer grin. Marcos trays, let the winds begin.
Chilling with the candles kiss. Golden pocket car, miss this bliss. Money moves in a sunrise mist. Math and vibes, what a mix. Trading from the lot in Ibiza.
Yeah, wrist on cold, but the chart got fever. Hot. No chase, just plan that's cleaner. Marcos moves like a summer leader.
Marco got the levels mapped out, that's facts. Fibs on chart, I'm loading at the cracks. 6-6 tap, I double my stack. Ops all green, then it all went black. Golden bounce, price come dance. Hit that field, now I'm in advance. Entry sweet like a late night text. Wick touch deep, now the chart say blessed. Golden bounce, hold then run. Math got me armed like I'm holding a drum. .618, the base for the kill. Stack gets bigger when the wick get real. I don't flinch, I don't blink when it hit. 702, I'm sitting in the pit. Trap line hidden, tag that price. Order get filled, chart looking nice. I might ladder from the 6-6 clean. Then that more down to 7-8 mean. Pull back wicked, out start stress. I stay cool, that wick so blessed. She roll my wood while I count these racks. Price touch once, ain't never come back. We don't chase, we placed and chill. Golden pocket, got that thrill. Golden bounce, price come dance. Hit that field, now I'm in advance. Entry sweet like a late night text. Wick touch deep, now the chart say blessed. Golden bounce, hold and run. Math got me armed like I'm holding a drum. 618, yeah, that sparked my thrill. 7-5 hit, I'm way too chill. Pull back, moving like you know my play. I'm just chillin', watch the tape replay. They rush by as I wait for the K. Get that field, then chart obey. 6-6 fib got ops and fear. Price bounce off it, then disappear. Marcos don't flinch, Marcos don't sweat. Big field hit, it ain't touched yet. Bad bitch with me rolling up again. I'm just laughing, looking at the 7-2 bend. Wick come kissing that deep retrace. I just flipped that back to base. Golden bounce, price come dance. Hit that fib, now I'm in advance. Entry sweet like a late night text. Wick touch deep, now the chart say bless. Golden bounce, hold and run. Math got me armed like I'm holding a drum. 786, now the trap gon' steal. That field was major, now watch me chill. Stack get fat when I play them zones. Fibs on point like I'm throwing stone. Golden pocket, luxury trap. They want vibes, I want math.
Yeah, Marco.
Shut the mouth.
Short of that. Ha! Bottom in, baby. Now we dancing. Short the floor, you crazy. Price went moon, now you shaky. I bought low, now it pay me. You went short, now you hate me. Mad short, now you do that. Now you crying in your group chat. Not so tight, I don't do cap. Caught that wig, now I flew past. They said bearish, I said bet. Tap that fib, then place the nets. While they panic, I just
I'm gonna get some food.
hit, now cut the check. You fight trend, I just dance. Hit one trade, now I'm in France. Shorted lows, that's no chance. Now your funds wearing sweatpants, bro. Short the floor, you crazy. Price went moon, now you shaky. I bought low, now it pay me. You went short, now you hate me. You a floor, why you do that?
Top down, charts up, Marcos. Trading in the Lambo, charts on the dash, watch it go. Money moves in turbo mode, speeding through these fibs, I know. Lights flash when the profits hit. Midnight cruise with the candle lit. Wheels spin like the entries do, making bands with the cleanest view. Marcos. Marcos.
Let the seats on map, then go. Cuban links when the fibs unfold. Auto 10 with the zone on glow. Woke up, tapped in, let the market roll. Left lane with the TP sets. Wind blowing like it spreads, I bet. Rear view full of missed regrets, but I'm chilling now. No stress, no sweat.
Nights so young, we chart and glide. Pinks and greens up on that drive. No back test, I'll pass that vibe. But this one, ooh, is prime to ride. Trading in the Lambo, shots on the dash, watch it go. Money moves in turbo mode, speeding through these fibs, I know that. Lights flash when the profits hit. Flash, midnight cruise with the candle lit. Wheels spin like the inches do, making bands with the cleanest view.
Marcos. 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 Roof built back and the charts align. Sunset sky and the map divine. TP hit, then the stars combine. That Lambo hum like a victory sign. Fast lane, no seatbelt zone. Big trays, I'm in that tone. Summer flex, that VIP chrome. On Marcos trays, we set the tone. Marcos. 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 That 618 hitting nice. Marco's in the booth with the blueprint. You already know what time it is. Do the math, run it back. Price hit fibs, now I'm on the tap. Let's take that shot, take no cap. That 702 hit clean, no lag. Clean, do the math, make it clap. Profit hit, now shorty's throwing back. Map that zone like a piece of art. Now we charting on the dance floor smart. Pulled up with the 5-0 levels blowing. Price touchdown, now the gains keep flowing. Top long gone, now I'm zoning golden. Dead op charts in the pack, we rolling. Late night plays where they all guessing. Now the slide with math and a little discretion. Auto TP hit clean. Perfection, Marcos don't miss, just learn the lesson. Do the math, run it back. Price hit fibs, now I'm on attack. Take that shot, no cap. At 786 hit deep, I snap. Do the math, that blast. Baddies love it when the levels match. Chart lit up like a neon spark. Trading art with a club beat heart. No emotions, just that code. Perfect feel, yeah, that's how it goes. Don't chase green, I just align. It's all math, baby, every time. Do the math, run it back. Hit my zone and it fades to black. Never hope, just map that path. Fibonacci lines got me feeling that cash. Do the math, let it stack. She whisper in fear while she arch her back. Map that trade, then danced it out. Now the club's in sync with the route, no doubt.
Yeah. Stay off the train. I'm off the math. Can't hear you from the tarmac. Goofy. Marcos. Marcos.
Woke up in the villa with the windows blue tint. My Carlo light trays hit while I ran. Say steak while the euro slid 5 pips. Didn't even check the chart, it's all instinct. She said, you good? I said, barely. Off the map drifting, slow in the McLaren. AP looked like the chart I sketched, no cap. The face even showing resistance levels. You panic when the price go parabolic. I just lean back.
Okay. Okay, Harris, Kamal, hi, Marcos, hello. Harris. Hello. Show to the mouth.
Ferrari wide like a weekly gap, and the field hit hard like a Marcus Charles paid lunch, didn't even log in. Bot took the scalp, now I'm jogging. Palm trees bend where I parked the rose. Price came back.
3 drives that Dio talked about yesterday still in play.
Like Euro strength. She curved like fit, I marked the length. Back test cold, but my heart on rest. Yacht hit waves, but the stats digest. Dubai high rise, wrist look fine. Chart like silk when she wind in time. Told her baby don't guess, just breathe. Price gon' come, just believe the speed. Off the math, I ain't even here. Jet too loud, wrist too clear. Draw down fake.
I mean, yeah, but like,
Real. They want the alpha, but they can't feel. Off the math, lost in charts. I bought that zone, then I bought that car.
how's this stuff looking?
Like a weekly gap, and the field hit hard like a market slap. Off the weed, that's childish. Off the lean, that's
Let me
broke.
open it over here.
Off the math, and I'm still up. You chase that? Nah, I'm chillin'. Margot's never rush it. Let it come back. Watch this.
There's always another one. Math gon' line me up. No need to chase that run. I let the chart show love. There's always another one. Price pull back, I slide. Y'all FOMO just for fun. I catch it when it's right. Let's ride. They buy green, I sip tea. I don't chase, I let it be. Play that zone like poetry. I'm in sync, no urgency. Betty's dancing, mama beat. Trey is smooth, then we eat. TP flashing like a strobe. Hit that exit, then reload. There's always another one. Math gon' line me up. No need to chase that run. I let the chart show love. There's always another one. Price pull back, I slide. Y'all FOMO just for fun. I catch it when it's right.
We'll see. I mean, yeah, we'll see. I mean, whatever. It's always the play, right? The question's like, what's the probability of us just fucking like doing this we talked about yesterday? That's the real question. Because those are where we just start to blast through this, right? Because it's kind of same story as yesterday. There's no really like, aside from like a bunch of people taking profit up here at like 1700, if we make it there, it's not really like a whole lot. Not a very great argument for like a strong short here.
Money, math.
It just starts to like develop over like a higher time frame.
Juicy tray, yeah, I'm locked in. Chart said go, so I dropped in. Price hit sweet like a mango slice. Took that feel, now I'm feeling nice.
Money dance on the P&L. That green look good, can't even tell. Woke up rich, no luck, no spell. Just fibs and faith, I play it well. Tapped in clean with the entry math. Volume spike, yeah, I felt that path. Candle big like it hit the gas. Now the whole team poppin', champs in the bag. Sun still up, but the bags got fatter. Phone
Yeah.
up, but my text got chatter. She hit target, yeah, with swagger. Juicy move, now we talking dare.
Let it run, let it breathe. Price and rhythm, I believe. Not a chase, just a tease. Trade so ripe, got 'em weak in the knees. Let it run, let it breathe. Price and rhythm, I believe.
And just have to wait and see at this point.
Juicy tray, yeah, I'm locked in. Chart said go, so I dropped in. Price hit sweet like a mango slice. Took that feel, now I'm feeling nice.
Money dance on the P&L. That green look good, can't even tell. Woke up rich, no luck, no spell. Just fibs and faith, I play it well. Can I play, not pray? Nope. Juicy rich, sweet pain. Back tasted all day, so the wind hit clean like
Chart said bite, so I took that fruit. Now I'm outside in the golden coupe. Trade so fat, had to screenshot twice. That juicy entry changed my life.
Where's the other node? Where was the node?
Hey, told him watch the numbers. Marcos, math talk different. Facts.
Go. Matt don't lie, price gon' tell. I just said that fib and chill. 25 touch, that feel was real. 618, yeah, that's the kill. Matt don't flinch, I follow code. Wrist map tight, that profit low. Others hope I chart and hold.
Hard to say. It's hard because the thing is like this can happen, right? Like this thing right here.
Red to green, I see that lead. Matt say, wait, now watch me eat. They got dreams, I got plans. They got vibes, I got scams. I don't blink when price
Especially on the weekend.
like it's scam.
There's a world where you just fucking squeeze right through the zone into like the other cluster too. Because like the cell walls up here aren't particularly large either. Like that's like very easily smashable. Which is it's like 1,000 the last time I checked. Normally they're like 2,000-3,000 if not more.
Wrote that range like holy text. Every level got respect. They still guess I just a tech. Matt don't lie, just placing checks.
Yeah, like 250 on spot and 1,000 on perps.
Still chart, moving me. Creep. Matt says sell, I press that key. Next day, yacht life. By
Also thin air above on perps. Once 175 gets cleared, there's like literally nothing in the order book basically.
Matt don't flinch, I follow code. Wrist map tight, that profit low. Others hope I chart and hold. One trade flip that wrist to gold.
So if sellers step in up here, then yeah, we'll get it. If not, then we're blasting through that bitch. Blasting through it.
Lines on glow, watch you pull back. Marcos got the fibs on track. Deep retrace, now we attack. Golden zone, no looking back.
Things aren't looking like they want to go lower yet, right? You're sitting up here building value. And this thing just she's still fucking going. Same with Sui. Boom, 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 boom. Shorts are brewing though, we will say that. Shorts are brewing. They're cooking. I'm sure people are starting to look at some of these charts with their mouth watering for some of these shorts. Boom, 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 boom.
Price of the fib, I don't flinch. Stacking at levels inch by inch. They chase green, I plant the seed. Move in silence, let it breathe. 0.5, warm up play. 618, the real buffet. Heavy at 7.
Oh, shout out to Tesla. Shout out to Tesla. Tesla bag mooning right now. Yeah, god damn. Goddamn. Shout out to Tesla, god damn.
No more guessing, just precision. No emotions, just the vision. They want hype, I want the rain. Chart react, I don't explain. Golden pocket glowing still. Price obeys the math, the will. Marcos drew it, price complied. Fibs don't miss, we let it ride. Fibonacci, feel that zone.
You know, if they grace us with like a pullback on some of these things, I might just open like a fucking massive low leverage position in some of these. Cause like these seem like destined to pump, right? Like, between these and like Hyperliquid. So might as well extract some nice juice out of it, not too much risk.
Fibonacci, feel that zone.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you win,
realized I'm muted. Whoops. Whoops.
It's all part of the dance. Fibs hit weird, take another chance. Miss the chart, never chase. Cause profit loves a patient face. God gotta be still knock. Lick my wounds while I moonwalk. Shot said no, but I said plot. Back in the lab, next flip get dropped. Got a mask still gold. Took that L, now my wrist on froze. Club too loud for a chart regret. So I danced it off, no sweat.
Goddamn blueberry. All my shirt covered in yogurts. Thing is, this ETH chart. This ETH chart. I still have half the trade open. Question is, do I shave some if we get up here? Or no?
Wrist right, I don't lose light. Stop set tight like a dress all night. Map so clean it feel like flight. I don't guess, I just play it right. Wrist right, it's the glow up move. Plan so fly, I don't need to prove. They go wild, I just stay smooth. 1 to 3 hit, now I'm in the groove. Keep it tight, never too loose. I set that line, then let it juice. You chase green, I choose blue. Manage risk, that's how I move. Keep it tight, never too loose. I set that line, then let it juice. You chase green, I choose blue. Manage risk, that's all night. Risk right, I don't lose light. Stop set tight like a dress all night. Mask so clean it feel like flight. I don't guess, I just play it right. Risk right, it's the glow up move. Plan so fly, I don't need to prove. They go wild, I just stay smooth. 1 to 3 hit, now I'm in the groove.
I'll probably put like a grid in here. Probably just gonna put a grid in this box.
Wait for the 30, hold up. Don't rush in, don't get dirty. Patience make it flirty. Confirmation coming sturdy. Wait for the 30, hold up. Don't rush in, don't get dirty. Patience make it flirty. Confirmation coming sturdy. Candle close, mean truth. Jumping early, the sun cool. Body big, wick tight. Now I snipe that move just right.
Also,
Ops impulsive, caught in traps. Me, I wait, then I snap. Time a tick, I don't twitch. Level hold, I'm getting rich. Just a few more minutes now. Wanna jump, don't do it now. Let it print, let it ride. Then we gliding on the tide. Wait for the 30, hold up. Don't rush in, don't get dirty. Patience make it 30.
boom, boom, boom. 8. Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting level to watch. Very interesting. Shout out to math. Any questions or no? Or else I'm gonna finish eating, but what?
Hey, talking charts, talking facts, emotions. That's trash. Woo! It's Marcos. Let's go. The math is the math. Don't care how you feel, just run the stat. You pray for pumps. I plan the path, you scout that wit. The math is the math. Yo, edge ain't real, that wrist too flat. I don't chase green, I
These people, man. These people.
You size from hope, I size from right. Edge confirmed, I press at night. Wake up rich, you tweet your fight. No strategy, that's just noise. Back this week, you just a voice. I run that semi ride with poise. You trade regret, I trade with choice. The math is the math. Don't care how you feel, just run the stat. You pray for pumps, I plan the path, you scalp that wick. The math is the math. Your edge ain't real, that wrist too flat. I don't chase green, I stacked in dash, I said it before. And now you got smashed. Proper risk to find you guess the move. I read the sign, your trades a wish. Mine's designed, I run this.
And I think here people are just losing their minds, right? People are losing their minds. Okay. Or maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Also a possibility. Highly unlikely, but suppose it is possible. Some of the shit I've seen on the internet these last few days, my lord. My lord. Bum, 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 bum. Shout out to the math. What's going on over here? Pepe flying. Pepe flying. Actually, that's true. Some of the a lot of the meme coins are flying today. Actually, I wasn't really giving them too much thought. Whenever I would like look at the ticker list, a lot of those things were going. Yeah, this thing again, right? Plus, I mean, in terms of like a alt, I mean, we're like technically in the certified alt season. It's like 75 of the top 100 are now outperforming Bitcoin. So probably time to be getting active in these alts, right? Bum, 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 bum.
Marco's trade.
What is this tab? From what I have seen, the weeks after Fed cuts are bearish. Have you seen a similar? Yeah, that is like the usual. Like I was talking about the other day, right? What was it? I don't remember what the statistic was, but like, quite likely there's a sell-off after, especially given how this stuff's looking. Like, I don't know if we're gonna rally like into the meeting and then just rally even harder after. I mean, possible, I suppose, right? It's possible. It is also like a quad witching on the Friday, so. Quite interesting week ahead. What's how are the weekly candles? Any alpha surrounding quad witching? No, I wouldn't really say it's like alpha. Just a massive, one of the biggest options expiries. So you know they're gonna be fucking things up. Well, depends. I mean, anyone that's trading anything with like a large options market, especially in like the traditional finance, should be monitoring it. Like, let's say I'm trading. Like first of all, like there's like the expiry of the indexes, right? So like you have to be mindful of that. But then also mindful of like if I'm trading Tesla, for example, like what are all the Tesla expiries looking like? Because at the end of the day, it's not guaranteed to like volatility. Like sometimes the best way for them to expire is to just keep price like trapped somewhere. Not only that, but like afterwards, like the new positions open, right? if everyone's are expiring, then like a lot of people just like time to like reposition whatever they're doing. So like the following week is like interesting as well. Dude, this white whale guy has the fucking massive grid on Solana right now. What the fuck? How many orders is that? Man, I cannot wait to have enough money to do this, right? Just put up like fucking 100 mil in the order book. Like, just casually. Cannot wait. Shout out to this guy though, goddamn. 9-figure lifetime P&L on Hyperliquid. That's goals right there. So that's a higher ranked player right there. Salute. Looking a little sus. Looking a little sus on Biddy. Interesting. We'll give that some time. A lot of people took profit on their longs just now. ETCD also took out the August 24th low. This fucking thing. I expect it to climb a bit. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Makes sense, especially for when it's be selling any kind of sell-off soon. Like people are gonna do what people usually do, right? Take their profits from the alts and put it back into Bitcoin. It's the usual way to accumulate. I'm just very curious of like I can't tell. I should probably actually go look at the ETH data more than anything, but. If these candles weren't all like this, I'd be more believing of a pullback here. But like the way that these candles all printed like this, and now we're just like fucking blasting off bigger and bigger. Interesting to say the least. I don't know, like I don't know. Am I missing part of the picture by not tracking BTC dominance? I don't know. I never look at it. I guess we can play around a little right now. There's some mid or large caps. trade only at night? You have a day job or something? No, I stream during the day sometimes. I'm pretty rare. No, usually I'm just nerding out on trading during the day. Trying to be dialed in while like reading or watching videos or just doing stuff. Like I just don't want to be streaming, right? Rather be productive. We'll kind of hop on in the evening and chill. Plus at nighttime, like usually don't have to be paying attention to like traditional markets as much. I smoke weed? I don't know. You tell me. Tell me. What do you think? And we'll say this, right? It definitely seems like most of these things are like inversely correlated. So the real question then is like how accurately can we identify pivots in the higher time frames on this? Let's go give that some thought. Yeah. Yeah. Not really though. You just smoke a lot. Whoops. Yeah, do you smoke weed? It's a real question. You smoking that devil's lettuce? Or what? Because if you are, you shouldn't be. If you are, you should not. It's hard to quit. I'm trying to lock in with trading and I feel like it's stunting my development. Oh my god. Oh, what a cramp. Yeah, probably to some capacity it probably is. Also depends what you're doing. Depends what you're doing. If you're sitting there chilling, back testing, or like reading something, then maybe it helps you think differently, learn. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Whatever, we all have our vices. We all have our vices. What's this for? I'll say this, at the end of the day, you have to be honest with yourself, right? Be honest with yourself. Do you believe that you are performing as optimally as possible while smoking that loud? Or not? As with most things in trading. Can you hear them? Goddamn, goddamn. Goddamn. I cannot wait till they put a speed camera on that road. Yeah, I don't know what you. I'm trading while sipping lean. I got drank, boy. It's the road. Sometimes it's being hard to quit. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not. Don't buy any. Problem solved. Problem solved. Bum, 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 bum. 30-minute candle in a 1 minute. Okay. Hourly candle, 2-hour candle. Okay. Shut to the mouth. Didn't we stream like twice during the day this week? I think we did. Definitely once. Definitely once. I don't know if it was twice. Why did I say BTC was looking sus? Well, I guess I'm looking like too hot, right? It's kind of like starting to do one of these. Like right at the yellow line. Because a lot of people started closing out their longs here. So obviously people are bitching out of this trade right now. Because it's not like we like went up and like hit like a new level and people are taking profit, right? We got the pullback and then put in the bounce and now they're like shaving out. But we'll see, right? They might just be buying back in lower. Also, like, these are not looking too hot either, right? I think it's the same story as yesterday, though. So this is gonna be much of hidden bold divs, right? The lower we go, they're already like starting to print, or will be. One, 1, 5, 2. Also like a massive high leverage like liquidation like right here. A big old got him right there. So I'm sure people are targeting that for like low time frame scalps on the short side. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. What's the other thing is like today's session, right? Like look what we've done so far. Where's the pencil? Oh. Like opened, like we set like the initial balance, like went up and then came right back down past the open. Lost VWAP. Lost the like initial balance. And then yesterday's val like T-val or T-value area highs like right there too, right? We were slowly approaching this bitch. Man, I can't believe they fucked me like that yesterday. These motherfuckers, man. If I had just left my TP or my stop like at literal break even, I would have been in it and got the thing fucking hit. Bum, 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 bum. Boom, boom. Shot to the mouth. I need to get food. Bum, 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 bum.
Please come.
the very minds of the people we were trying to save. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress?
I was definitely looking at the woman in the red dress, boy. Bum, 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 bum. I was looking at the woman in the black pencil dress. That's what I was looking at. Why is that? That's called a mess, bud. Is he still alive? What? does that mean? What does that mean? Why it's not working? Can I add my credit card to my PayPal? What's going on here? None of them are working either. That it's called a mess, bud. Is he still alive? Someone can translate that into English. Much appreciated. Damiha, hello. Been done this, bud. Honestly, I have no clue what you're talking about. No clue. Shout out to you though. Bum bum bum. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. Shout out to Carl. Shout out to Dev. Shout out to Harris. Bum, bum, bum. While I try and sort this shit out. Clear the fib and the footprint. No. I'm not gonna do that. How was the date? I think that summarizes it. Well, this whole white liberal woman thing, you think it's a meme? It's low-key fucking kind of not, actually. Something wrong with these people. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Long curve, then, my man. CRV? Oh, fuck about CRV. Actually, wait, she's not liberal, white girl is exactly what she was. Exactly what she was. Either way, I wouldn't be longing this up here personally. Like, too late. Too late. I'm already in longs from way deeper and other things. I'm not to say I can't go higher, but I like them juicy entries at the bottom. I haven't dated a white girl in a very long time. Not me. Not me. Plus, I don't even think it matters. White or not, I don't even think it matters. I think it's like a problem with the people in this country. You know, I think a lot of these people would have really eye-opening experiences if they sat down with ChatGPT and started talking about like politics and whatnot, and then told ChatGPT that every single time that I say something factually incorrect, like stop me from speaking and like correct me. And I think very quickly these people would realize like they are living in some like alternate fucking reality that's not real. Almost 117. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, so far it's good that we're like coming back up here pretty quick. Didn't spend like too much time below. If we can flip this zone, then yeah, probably at least take out these highs. From there, we'll see. From there, we shall see. ChatGPT couldn't help them. I don't know. I don't even. As someone who hasn't dated in a while, I haven't really been bothering. In the past like a week or two, I've been like talking to a lot of people, just like swiping nonstop, just talking to match nonstop. So many people are like this. It's alarming amount of people are like this. Maybe it's a bias because of where I live. Actually, that probably is part of the factor because when in Toronto, it's not like not nearly as noticeable. TPO with all this mess, bud, on your charts. You know, I think you need to learn the math, right? I think you need to learn the math. So type a little less and learn the math. I don't think you know what you're talking about. That's okay though, right? It's okay. You all gotta start somewhere. All gotta start somewhere. You ever do voice chat on Discord? No. Like not as of now. What time is it? How to 30-minute candle per rent? TPO time price opportunity is correct. You are correct. It is what it's called. It is the name of the indicator. Not even on the NQQQQ. Probably because it's Friday night, yeah? Perhaps. Maybe the market being closed has something to do with that. do you trade BTC options though? Deribit? Yeah, a lot of people use Deribit. Or they do the options on the ETFs. I bet. Yeah, but Deribit's definitely got a lot of options activity going on there. There's like a dashboard for it. You can look at this stuff. Let me go find it for you. Whatever, it's like below data, but they have like a the options area. Look at some of the data. But there's like a lot more than just this. Got me with that one. Yeah. I'm a sneaking suspicion that you don't know what you're talking about, but all good. All good. It's a learning opportunity is what it is. Question is, are you going to take it or not? Or not? Or not? Can you make the easiest trade of your life? Or not? Wait, now it worked? What? What? Oh, okay. PayPal is just okay. Interesting. Didn't even refresh the page. I went and got another card, and now all of them work. What? What's going on over here? Bum, bum. What are you guys getting up to on this beautiful weekend, right? is coming to look at my truck tomorrow. I'm trying to sell it. What's that? As in, like, why are you selling it? Like, no, why are they looking at it? Upgrading to Ferrari or what? Ferrari season? I need some repair. I don't feel like fixing it. Like, what are you gonna drive? Or just like an one of many cars. Oh, the car's truck was for work. Makes sense. Just AI music still? No, no. I'm not a rest right now. It's just some big ass YouTube playlist. Although I must have like, I don't even know. Probably like 500 songs to go through that I haven't listened to test to add to the playlist. Like an enormous amount. What am I up to this weekend? I'm going on a hike tomorrow. 7:30 in the morning. I'm not looking forward to that. Other than that, we're just nerding out, right? Other than that, we're just nerding out. We'll see actually. I'll probably try to make like plans to do something. Why are you going hiking but not want to? Are you being coerced? No, it's early in the morning. I didn't even wake up that early to fucking trade. And it's the weekend. Trying to sleep. Whatever, I'm sure I'll sleep like a baby tomorrow between that and the gym. And if I end up doing something else. It's like one of the last times to go. Soon that's gonna be winter's almost here. Yeah. I never finished eating them. Oh my gosh. Dating has got me laughing, I'll say that. Fucking laughing. We had an alarm for something. Hmm. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to move to like South America or something, right? Did anything change over here? We're not. We're not. Boom, 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 boom. South America. Lamau. You want South America? I'm digging that South America. I've ever been to Ibiza? Yeah, I have. I'm from Spain. Go to a wealthy place. Or I could go to a non-wealthy place where my money goes way further. Boom, boom. Retire in a less wealthy place, but date in a wealthy place. What's the logic there? Maybe a girl in a wealthy place won't be so interested in money. You know, one of those girls who didn't grow up poor, wasn't spoiled either. Oh, that's the best approach. If you find some like chill girl who like grew up poor, that's like the person that would appreciate things the most. If you're in a, it's like being in Dubai, like essentially what you're suggesting, right? Imagine like 95% of the girls that go there are looking for just that. Right about that, that's a lot harder. Not if you move to this place, that's the whole point. You picking up on the strat yet or no? Or no? Because there's so many of them there, right? There's so many. You just gotta find one. Plus, just in general, like the people, like that kind of like the look is like what I'm most attracted to. Like Spanish, South American kind of thing. Maybe like sprinkle in some like Middle Eastern. Like dark hair tan. Learning Spanish up today, just connecting the dots. Plus, also like there's tax implications to go to like Panama and whatnot. I like girls share my ethnicity. They're fucking crazy though. Aren't they all? Aren't they all? At one point, I was dating like the like the stereotypical like Brazilian female, like extremely fiery, right? Quick to blow up. That was a whole story. Goddamn. Puerto Rico no taxes, donor tax every year. Yeah, there are all kinds of little things going on there. Share a Brazilian butt lift? No. And after being with somebody that has that, I don't know if I would want to date somebody like that. It feels weird. Those prices are so high. And never like fake tits and ass. Yeah, it does. And even same with like the like tummy tuck type thing. Bum, 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 bum. Here's what happens this weekend on these charts. Are we able to sit here sideways until futures resume? Or what? Or what? If a person has to resort to cosmetic slash bariatric surgery, what does that even mean? Bariatric? What a word. Bariatric. Manage obesity and obesity related conditions. It's more likely it'll be the same place again down the line. I mean, I'm sure some people have to get that for like actual valid reasons, but yeah, generally I agree. Generally I do agree. Generally I do agree. There's a certain lack of like there's so many ways to approach that whole thing, right? Like first of all, I don't want to date someone that doesn't take care of themselves with the fact that they're probably gonna die way before me, first and foremost. So yeah, I'd rather my partner doesn't die. Secondly, that situation is even worse if you have like a kid. Thirdly, are you even healthy enough to have a kid? Fourthly, if you aren't disciplined enough to even keep yourself alive properly, like what can you do? Habits are learned by the kids. Yeah, that too. That too. That too. Plus, even if they don't die, let's just suppose that they don't die like a young age. Like you're gonna have like knee problems. You're gonna have like problems with all your joints. It's so hard finding good women these days. Saw these videos of a guy asking random girls to cook for him. Not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true. Stuff you're saying is not. Plenty of normal people out there as well. Bum 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 bum. There's all kinds of people out there. You know, also a lot of merit. Should we give out some free game right now? Fuck it, we'll give out some free game, alright? Give out some free game. Free IRL game. You know, if you read a book like Art of Seduction, a lot of merit in the things discussed there, and in regards to dating people that you see on a frequent basis, like in the gym frequently, etc. We'll leave the rest to you, people. Like if you're seeing people in your classes constantly, or other like random social events that you may be doing. What a week in the market. Yeah. And they got FOMC next week, and the quad witching. Interesting at times ahead. Invested 1K and caught 25%. Top 3 biggest movers this week, letting each winner ride. What a statistic. I swear you track some of the funniest things. Yeah, I get what you described. The only way the numbers would make sense, right? How else would you arrive at 861K? Yeah, damn. Time is it? How the rest of those things finish, actually? Because you know, the other question I have about some of these, like if you're willing to sit through the drawdown of being in the short, how many of these end up like almost like is it inevitable that all these things just come right back down sooner or later? Even if they do show like signs of life for a bit. Be another question of mine. Portfolio went down this week. Really? This week? I guess my question would be like, I mean, I have no idea what your portfolio is, so I guess that's first and foremost question, I guess. Interesting. Isn't it a crazy difference though? You'd have to capture 80 weeks of gains from a few weeks to capture the same profit you made this week. Yeah, but like, you can't just assume that that you're gonna do that. Like, how many people actually did what you just described? My question. portfolio is all US stocks on Robinhood. And yeah, I mean that's super like big though. Like, super big. Instead of capturing only 25% of the move, imagine if you could have caught 50% of the move. Yeah, but like, could have got 100, could have got, you know, could have pixel perfect top ticked shorted the whole way back down too. Question is, how realistic is that? Especially because like the other thing about this data point that you're discussing is that like the gains are way different if you get in at the bottom versus like halfway, right? So like for the case to be true, it's like you're assuming that you're getting like bottom tick entries and all these things on top of it. Is he gonna start to go? I doubt even one person was able to pull that off. I'm sure there's like some insiders that coordinate this stuff. I'm sure some people did. It's not entirely unrealistic. Octo. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but at the end of the day, there's no point sitting here talking about this stuff in hindsight if if you're not able to consistently do it when it's actually occurring. Basically what I'm getting at, right? Well, yeah, I could sit here and whip up these charts for the next like 10 hours on stream and we can just look at them, right? But Octo changed it. Whatever, we'll just look at this one. You know, how often are you the person getting in here? That's the question. Or even like anywhere in this like region. That's exactly my point though. The setup was Monday night. The second traders could begin trading. Stock rocketed 400% 6 minutes. Sure. But like it's the same thing, right? It's the same like, okay, like what you're describing is happening in a 6 minute time span, okay? So in one of these candles, it went up like 4,000% and then came right back down in the same candle. So like, not only do you have to like get the entry at the bottom, but you also have to sell up here, and you don't know where up here is. right? You don't know where this is. There's no way of like knowing where this is going to be. And if you're not the one that's selling, the candle comes right back down. So like you're not getting these gains are you're not getting these. At least in terms of like optimally, right? Like, it's just not like Bitcoin where like you come into some massive level that's just like spamming orders that you can just sit there TPing. It's like one person sells and it starts ticking down. Second person sells, tick down, tick down, tick down, tick down, tick down. Because you probably have to market a lot of these orders too, right? Well, which was the one that had the ticker? Oh, you said it was DSI or DSY? DSY. Oh, you had 2 minutes from the start of this candle to close here was a 2 minute time span. Yeah, 50% of the trade gone in 1 minute. I mean, it's definitely possible to catch them, but I would not like go around like modeling in like this unrealistic manner. So I think realistically most people that are doing this in terms of the longing are just trying to like get in quick and get out. They're not trying to like get the actual like 4,000% move. They're happy taking like 20, 30 and getting out of here. Taking that shit and running. The same thing will happen in 4 months' time. There's another parabolic move. These patterns are repeatable. The FOMO trade might be sooner. Who knows when it's gonna be? Because it's a catalyst based, right? This stuff is all like news catalyst based. Like who knows when some random story is gonna come out? They just super send something. I'm happy with 1% a day. Yeah, yeah. I mean, 1%'s. I mean, 1% of what is the question? 1% of what? Because you were talking about trades, like that's not serviceable number. going on over here? Dude, what is this on my keyboard? What the fuck? I heard an interesting quote. There are decades where nothing happens, and weeks where decades happen. My first question would be like, are you talking about like in the market or just like life in general? 9/11 will be a week where decades happened. Was it? Was it? I guess there was like a lot of advancement in like airport security and whatnot. I'm sure like intelligence agencies also had a lot of internal changes that we're not aware of. If in general, like what kind of impacts? I don't think too many people give it much thought, right? Especially given how long ago it was. Like most young people, like probably like, and I guess they must teach it in school or something, or maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. I'm not sure what like, the curriculum is like there or even here. I remember where you were when you heard about 9/11. Yeah, it was about to. My mom was about to drive us to school, and like it was already on the, at the time it was already on the TV, and then like on the way to this drive to school, it was like it was on the radio. Like obviously, like everyone was like what the fuck, what the fuck's going on? And then like as soon as we got into class with our teacher, she like started talking to us about it. What about you? Right, where were you? Bum 7:30. God damn. God damn. Tired. Tired. Should do a juice box soon. Although. I was in college. Damn, you were in college then? God damn. Yeah, you are a big bro. I was in college, didn't have classes that day, so literally slept until 11 a.m. Yeah, you were asleep during the whole thing then. Yeah, crazy shit, right? Crazier thing to happen. Oh, so who's the one guy? I think it's like the owner of like, what's his name? Yeah, like this Howard Lutnick guy, who's part of like doing stuff with Trump, right? Mm. his whole thing, like the got was in the building. The whole like investment bank was in the building. All the employees got basically. And the only reason that he didn't die is because like he had to like go do something. Like, what was it? He had to take his kid to school or to like a party. Can you imagine that? There are 18 known survivors that escaped above the impact zone of the South Tower. Oh. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. Didn't we have an alarm for this? Did it go off already? Did we put an alarm up here? Anyways. Yeah, I mean, I imagine so, because like at the end of the day, like the thing did not go like through the building. So I'd imagine whatever part of the building was on like the opposite side of the impact. If there's like a staircase in there or something, maybe you could have weaseled your way down. Or at least attempted to. Some firefighters got crushed by falling bodies. Is that true? That is fucked. No, the real question, right? Was it a conspiracy theory? You know, is the conspiracy theory true? Or no? Or no? What, the conspiracy that a bunch of radical ideologists wanted to attack America is incorrect? Yeah, maybe. I think one would say it's quite interesting that the way the building collapsed the way it did. They're so damn loud. The WTC was actually designed with an airplane impact in mind. It should be able to withstand the impacts of the new airplanes are bigger, most pioneering the construction. Ron Di Francesco. Never accidental slow impact, rather than intentionally fueled plane impact at top speed. Yeah, but aren't there like literally thousands of engineers that are all like engineers from all around the world that signed this thing talking about how with the pancaking, right? The pancaking, it was like too perfect. Let's look some other stuff. Let's give ourselves a refresher. bum, 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 bum. Interesting. And what about the whole? So over 3,500 architects and engineers around the world have signed the petition calling for a new independent investigation into 9/11. They argue that the collapses, especially the World Trade Center 7, were improbable without controlled demolition. Question is how many engineers is that though, right? And who are these engineers would be my question. Or are these just like fucking random ass engineers who graduated from like some shit school with like barely passing grades with their tinfoil hats on? Conspiracy theories are just so far-fetched? Not really. Not really. I don't think it's a coincidence that the biggest supply of opium in the entire world is there. And then we just invade it and then take over all of it. A little odd. On top of all the spending that goes into like the military. Just saying, just saying. The older I get, the more I wonder if some of these theories may be correct. Probably. I mean, if you look back through history, like humans have done like pretty it's like who was willing to do the most heinous thing? That's really what a lot of times history boils down to, right? And whoever did, they're fucking taking over. People kept telling me that the Kirk shooting was an inside man by CIA or something. Then I was some college student. Oh, I didn't look into the whole conspiracy theory. I mean, I heard, yeah, people are saying like, oh, people are trying to like incite a civil war in the U.S. Blah blah blah. I never looked into any. I haven't even watched the video. Don't even care to watch it. Yeah, I'm just so done with it, right? This whole like shit that's happening here with politics. I'm like so over it. I want to move just fucking like I don't even know, like Czech Republic or something, just middle of like some random place, completely disconnected from this shit. What's the other thing? What was I gonna say? Damn, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh well. It's not really conspiracy theories at this point. Given enough evidence, it's hard to believe the narrative the US government pushes. They are known for lying. I mean, what about WDM in Iraq? Hard to say, because that could be like a lot of things, right? That could be a lot of things. Could have just been like bad intelligence work. Plus, also a tricky scenario, right? Like, what if it's strongly believed that they have it, but you don't know for sure? Do you just allow that to continue, or do you try and do something? Especially when these people are like, seems like there's a lot of radicalized people in those regions. It's like this stuff in Iran, right? These people are like in parliament chanting like death to America and like burning American flags and stuff. So yeah, I don't think it's in the US's best interest to let them build a nuke. Don't move to Brazil. The ex-president just got sentenced. Yeah, I saw that. Bolsonaro. Okay, okay. This thing gonna go or what? Or what? Where are you reading chats from? From the chat box? Where else? I have like a bunch of monitors. Maybe that's what you mean. What's the Steam thing? I don't see Bolsonaro in chat. Oh no, I just like like I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. No, I'm not. I'm not streaming on. I'm not streaming anywhere else right now. I just know the guy's name because like I saw the story, right? I mean, there's like there's been like a not the first time this guy's in the news, right? Like obviously, especially given like what the stuff is happening. Bum 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 bum. There's so many things we're never gonna know, right? We're just never gonna know. Cause like for instance, like I don't know, what would be like an like there must be countless things people have done in power that are not like obviously not gonna be documented anywhere. So once they die, like that's it, right? Going in the grave with them. I mean, there's all kinds of heinous stuff. Like even like have you guys seen the stuff with like the open AI employee? Like it's old news, but like, it's resurfaced again just because that guy did an interview with Sam Altman, and I started asking him about it. But there's so many stories like that in the world, right? Where people are found like clearly murdered, like there's no other fucking explanation. They just fucking write it as a suicide, and you know, forgotten in the sands of time. The funniest one, I always laugh at the North Face bag story. Some guy was found dead in a North Face bag, padlocked, and they said he committed suicide. Can someone explain that to me? Oh, and also he was a spy, by the way, some like British spy. Like, ugh. Just look it up. Put in like North Face bag padlock, suicide. And it'll be the very first article. This is fucking ridiculous. What's like the joke people always say? Like, oh, they committed suicide by shooting themselves in the back of the head twice. Meet Kevin did an excellent analysis of the interview. Oh, yeah, I saw that video. I didn't really care to watch it. I was like, whatever. Or like the Meet Kevin video. Interesting. Another Meet Kevin viewer in here. I don't know who that guy was, and someone else in the chat had mentioned him. You're now the second person. Oh, that last line. Theorizing that Williams locked himself in the bag. True. True. A lot of investors in Meet Kevin's shop. Well, I mean, imagine it's not like the whole point of his channel. I'm not sure. Maybe he started in real estate. Cause I think someone or like he mentioned in one of his videos maybe that he like his like journey. He used to do real estate tips and tricks. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I feel like he mentioned that he got in like, mm, like something about like schooling in terms in regards to business, but it was like it seemed like a pretty recent date. And I know that he had been talking about real estate before that. There's news now too. Ran for governor once. Yeah, I've heard him mention that a few times. Interesting channel. I've come to realize there's definitely times where his opinions I find them a bit odd, but it's usually the case with most people, I guess. Not gonna be aligned on everything. Pretty knowledgeable guy though. He's a professional DB. What's a DB? And NASCAR is feeling some type of way. Damn. What did Kevin do to you? Ugh, that's funny. I don't know why. I was just thinking database for some reason. And I'm like, are you trying to imply he's like really intelligent? Like, can he whip up a lot of facts? Kind of is in that regard. It's an Andrew Huberman's podcast. Not so much these days. I was like an OG. I was an OG to that. I don't know how I stumbled across it before he got popular. Because like, back then I was watching a lot of like Greg Doucette before he got like big. Because like, I was watching those kind of like those like more niche like health things and whatnot before they like had like blown up on YouTube. And then I think I got recommended like this guy's thing when it started like first starting to like somewhat grow. So back then I was watching a lot of them, but lately I just don't I haven't. Pretty cool though. I like them. Pretty insightful. I watched the Ray Dalio podcast yesterday. As soon as I saw that came out, boy, I was watching that immediately. I was in the gym, music off. That's it. Time to nerd out. Show to Ray. Is Ray bearish for the economy? Depends on the time horizon, but yeah. Yeah, he is. Look on the podcast, he was talking about how he like thinks we're gonna have some kind of like massive debt issue in the U.S. in the next like 3 years. I think was his timeline. Like a debt-related heart attack, he called it. But over the long term, yeah, like not much faith in America. Thing is, you have to read his book, right? You have to read his book. Like Changing World Order. It's pretty crazy to think about, right? Like the word like. Someone like that doesn't have to do that, right? They don't have to like basically write a fucking textbook and just dump all their knowledge into it and just give it to the public like that. It's a pretty amazing time we live in that people do that. Like 100 years ago, or like, well, I'm not 100. I don't know if it was like as prevalent back then, but like 50 years ago, if you wanted to get like any kind of insight from one of the best hedge fund managers in the world. Like, you're not getting that. We're not finding that. Howard Marks also voicing concerns about U.S. debt. You always say even a broken clock is twice right a day, but it does seem like this bull market has been ticking along for multiple days now. The bearish predictions seem overdue. Well, like if you read the book, the whole point is like this is not like everything that we're witnessing now, from like the capital markets to like politics and whatnot. This is not like some first time we've seen this, right? It actually happens over and over and over and over again, the same way in history. Scaringly similar. And in terms of like and he puts like a timeline of these things in the book, right? Like basically like the rise and fall of a nation, right? And then like the next nation begins, which is like per his analysis, China. But like this whole process is like it repeats every single time the same way, and like the U.S. is like, where are we here, right? we're reaching the end times. I mean, I don't know. I think you guys live there, so you tell me. But it seems like the political climate is getting extremely hot there. Extremely hot. Obviously, it's like a bias through like social media that I'm perceiving it from. Especially because like the news, first of all, like does like a puts a magnifying glass onto like the 1% that makes it seem like everything's like this when in reality it's not. Dude, I just try to ignore it with my hands over my eyes and ears and pray for the best. Hard to say, hard to say, hard to say. Clearly not going down a good path, right? If someone finds out my political view, I'm scared someone from the opposing view will stab me. No, literally, quite literally. Okay, so it is kind of like this. Interesting. Cause like a lot of resentment brews in that situation. And even more so after this guy got killed, right? And people are like on social media like celebrating it and whatnot. Creates an incredible amount of resentment. And you already know the same thing's gonna happen to somebody on the left, right? Just a matter of time. And well, first of all, like, well, let's not forget this has been happening already, like both ways, even before. But like this year was pretty extreme, right? Like, literally, let's not forget the fucking current president of the U.S. almost got assassinated on live TV as well. So it's getting pretty ridiculous. These follow Scott Galloway? No, I don't even know who that is. Scott Galloway. Some kind of author? Public speaker, author. Well, I've heard of this book before. Never read it though. Left always takes an ethical stance, right always takes an aggressive stance. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. You know, I have a whole spew of thoughts about this stuff, but I'm pretty sure I'd be fucking banned on YouTube if I started talking about this. I don't think the world's ready for that just yet. It's being reported that the Perps family were mega supporters, raised in a Republican home. At 22, I just don't think you exactly understand what you were thinking yet. They're radicalized, right? They're like the American version of someone being radicalized. Like on how many times do you see if someone has like some opinion on something and then like leftist leaning news like puts them on the news and like literally says shit like they're like literally calls them Nazis on the news, like fascist, all kinds of crazy shit, right? That's not even true, and they just repeat it all day. Also a bit odd that most of these shooters are like white males, right? Isn't it a bit odd? In the past like 5-10 years where like the white males have been getting like demonized, made to feel guilty, etc. Also while half of them are sitting there popping antidepressants like Tic Tacs, amongst other drugs. In 10 years, their belief system will be radically different than what it is today. Yeah, it's interesting if you kind of watch. Like a lot of what the left is doing now, and the right are doing now, it's like they've transposed, they've switched places over like a 30-year time span. Video with Scott Galloway and Jessica Tarlov about Kirk shooting. She knew Kirk personally too. Do a Discord stream. Yeah, you'd have to do show all messages. I don't know why it's like that, but what's going on here, right? Pretty boring evening in terms of the charts. We're just sitting here yapping. We're going down the rabbit hole today. We haven't even started, right? We haven't even started going down the rabbit hole yet. I'm just assuming that the being Canadian, the media outlets there have an extreme negative view towards Trump. Yeah, they do. It makes no sense. It's just the brainwashing is what it is, right? Even my mom. Like we'll be watching TV, some random TV show, and like something will like happen to some person, and she'll like make some comment about like Trump, and I'm like, what the fuck did that come from? While knowing nothing about anything that happens in the U.S., by the way. And my aunt is the same way, and so are most elderly people here. They don't know the better, right? They're sitting there listening to the news, thinking that they're just reporting the news. Then they don't bother to like investigate anything. As is the case with most of these people. You know what I was thinking the other day? Like, politics and voting should be like fucking trading, right? They should swap places, is what it should be. Right? If you want to voice your political opinion, you put your money where your fucking mouth is, and make sure you're well fucking informed, or else we're taking your money, punishing your ass. With politics, people just open their mouth and just fucking yap, right? And there's no repercussions for it, especially when you're just yapping which is not even true. Also very manipulative, right? Extremely manipulative. They play on your emotions on purpose. US colonizes Canada, invades Iran. Because the war will be long and drawn out. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. The US literally flew like fucking stealth bombers into their country and blew up their shit without them even knowing what was going on. Gee, what do you think is gonna happen when they fly fucking AC-130s into that region? Just start blowing the fuck up out of everything. You have no chance. Literally no chance. Just death from the clouds, right? Dropping massive bombs repeatedly. Good luck. What happens is Iran gets support from other countries. Maybe. Predictive history has an entire class on game theory. What is that? Predictive history. A YouTube channel. Oh, I've seen this guy's clips circulating on X. I don't know too much, but I see cabinet ministers being switched around all the time. Doesn't make a lot of sense how someone can go from Minister of Education to Minister of Energy. Yeah. Canada's odd like that. It wasn't like the last Minister of Finance. Like, know nothing about finance. They never studied it, and no, like, little to no experience in that field. It's so true. I met with my friend's mom, I hadn't seen her in months, within 5 minutes of combo, she wasn't on pro tangent about how much she hates the guy. Yeah, it's like, it's... You know, the only thing that gives me hope is I hope that, like, somehow in some way like logic ends up prevailing, right? Because at the end of the day, if you sit down and argue with these people, like there's no debates, right? And I think people onlookers looking at the situation see that. Also, I think the shooting was like actually quite eye-opening to a lot of people, right? A lot of people that are like liberal, like left-leaning, because like they saw like they are just as much in disgust as everybody else of people that are like celebrating that shit. The U.S. has declining youth population. Most of the population is baby boomers are concerned protecting their wealth. Yeah, yeah. But like that's happening in a lot of countries, not just the U.S. There's like a global population crisis that's like building as we speak. Quite severe actually. Send you one of his videos. Yeah, just post it in the Discord somewhere, general chat or something, or just DM me it. Remember when Trudeau stepped down, Freeland and everyone trying to run from Liberal Party were acting like they were never support Trudeau at all. People will say and do anything that benefits them. Yeah, exactly. I've never been. I don't even vote. I've never not once have I ever voted in my entire life. Could not care less. To me, it's just a big clown fiesta, right? To me, politics is nothing more than like theater, right? Theater to entertain the masses. The way I've always looked at it. It's like first and foremost, right? Like let's just say some candidate, someone's like, running on certain policies, and then they get elected. They don't have to do any of that shit, right? They can just say, gotcha, not doing any of that shit, and you can do anything about it, right? That's it. Your vote was just a meaningless fucking illusion. And the other thing is like whether you vote for one side or the other, a lot of times the outcomes of what they end up doing is the same. I vote there was a candidate who earned it. Oh god, I don't know what earned it means. How does one earn it? Truthful and transparent? It's hard to know that though. Hard to know that. Like, how can you ever? Yeah, like that's basically the only way. And even then, that's the thing is like even then. Like something about politics, like there's something not right, you know. In the sense that okay, like whether like the left like or the right win, there's like larger entities at play here, right? Like international committees, blah blah blah, like all like the lobbying that goes on, all the money that goes on up here. So as much as these two people might want to be yapping about blah blah blah, if it does not align with up here, it's not fucking happening. So I don't think it matters how truthful they are or aren't when this interaction like exists. Are you like Bernie Sanders? Did a good job fixing the economy in Vermont. Balance the budget, get rid of debt, improve average life quality. No clue. No clue. Democracy is an illusion. Yeah, basically it's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. Plus, like, I mean, this might be like rude to say, but like another thing with politics is like, some of the people that are the most entrenched in politics, like, they're just the biggest fucking losers, right? People, like, it's their life sucks, right? That's what it comes down to. It's like their life sucks. They never ended up accomplishing anything, failed to lift off, and this is like what gives them like meaning, some sense of control of something. Just it's coping, right? It's just some way to like cope. Bum 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 bum. Also preys on the lonely, right? It's like something that preys on lonely people. Like, how, if we had to guess, like, how many guys do you think that don't have like many friends and would love to talk to a girl, and then they're like young, like 25 to like 16 age range, and they'll act like in like if the girl is like super liberal, for example, like they'll just act like they are as well, and it works the other way. Like, doesn't just apply to one side. I mean, things in Canada, politics is just bad. It's 100% more corrupt than other countries. Can't even imagine. I don't think it's that bad here. Like, I mean, I guess it depends how you define bad. I don't think like that'd be some things that need changing, but I don't think it's as terrible as people make it seem either. There's so many stories of politicians from my country backing opposing candidates with explicit videos of their daughter or wife. I like that term, political mimicry. It's a good way to describe it, actually. I like that. You want pursuing romantic partners? No, me neither. Me neither. I've straight up ruined dates cooking people about this stuff. I don't feel bad about it at all either. Bum, 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 bum. When you're 65 or 70, not many are spending Wednesday nights playing soccer in a rec league. Many are sitting watching MSNBC or Fox, depending on their political leaning. Yeah, yeah. Although it is cool to also to see that all the younger age groups are starting to like sway the other way. Bum, 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 bum. I don't feel bad either. You have a spine to hear it, tolerate it, and we could spend time together. You're running cowardice. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like I'd be willing to bet that if I like took 10 10 strangers on the internet that talked about this like Kurt guy, like celebrating his death, and then I were to ask them like, can you please list me 2 full speeches this guy gave, like when he did them, where did it occur, and what were the topics that he talked about, and what are the things that you disliked about that like public speech, and they literally would be speechless, right? They wouldn't have an answer. I've probably never even watched the guy once. Yet they think he's like some like Hitler reincarnated. Also keep in mind I know nothing about this guy, right? Until he got shot, I didn't even know he existed. Like, to me, just like some random dude got shot. That's how I first interpreted it. I think most people have a hard time being centrist. I feel like they need to be either fully left, fully right. Yeah, that too, that too. That too. But you know, it's funny because like if you actually talk to like, or like, not if you talk, if you watch the thing with Ray Dalio, that's actually like one of the things he mentions is like, allows like countries to like rally back and moving back, like instead of continuing to go out, you go back in, right? It's like the centrist, and then like they keep spreading. But, like it's like the moving back in towards a more centrist climate is like the dissolution. It's gonna take a while though. It's gonna take a while. Because right now, like it's not on that path, right? It's like still going further and further. I'll be back. You know, I think a lot of people are also underestimating like. You guys thought like, religious wars might be coming back, right? Like it's no coincidence that the U.S. is like pegging themselves to Christianity. I think it's wrong to conform yourself to a party. The right path has a mix of values from both sides. I don't think there should be a party. I don't think there should be no parties. To me, the way I see it is like, know what they should do? I mean, I don't know if I haven't given this enough thought to know if it's like, if this idea would withstand scrutiny, or if there's some like glaring flaw I haven't given enough thought to it yet. Like in an ideal world, like there should be no party, no nothing. It should just be some like system where it's like, okay, we're voting on topic A, everyone votes on topic A, winner of that vote, boom, cool. Topic B, repeat. Topic C, repeat. So on and so forth.
Pull back wicked, op start stress. I stay
Giving people too many credit for being that organized. But it shouldn't be that hard in the future, right? If we have like it's an implementation of like blockchain technology, right? Just have like verified votes that people can just go do on their phone or whatever. If they want to vote, they just go on the app on your phone, put in the vote. If you don't want to vote, then too bad, right? If you wanted to do that, they would have. Possibly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's ever been explored or not. Or maybe it was like something that's been limited by like the technology of the times. But yeah, that thing you just said, yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? You'd essentially be dismantling some massive power structure. I don't know how far this like whole idea of like the elites, right? Like elites doing this, elites doing that. I think like, are we treading into the waters of conspiracy theory at that point? Because it's getting to the point where like the probability of like civil war and the downfall of the U.S. is like not zero. At that point, like what benefit does that give like an elite? Democracy is one person, one vote. Oligarchs like $1, one vote. You know, I don't know if dollars is the best way to do it, but there should definitely be some kind of screening when it comes to voting, right? I don't think everybody deserves the right to vote. Personally. Like, there has to be some kind of screening in like like basic competency I can't even speak. Competency test in regards to like what you're voting about. I'm very curious if you were to poll like a bunch of citizens and ask them, I don't know how you would conduct the study, but figure out a way of how many of these people go to vote, like emotionally vote versus vote based on the actual things they're voting on, like policies and whatnot. I don't think it's a conspiracy to believe that there are people that control policies for their benefit. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we were to believe that these civil clashes are being like occurring like by design by elites, like at some point, like it's like self-destructive, right? If I live in the U.S. and the U.S. goes to shit, it doesn't seem like the ideal end game to me. Especially considering the Social Security will be underfunded soon. I would assume people who trade regularly will be more conservative. Some research seems to bear that out. while Democrats outnumber Republicans nationwide by 34th margin. It makes sense. Traders, like, I'd imagine, like, we're not gonna go down some like sexist red pill rabbit hole right now, but I think it's suffice to say that biologically females are more emotionally driven than males, based on the data. So I don't know if trading is like the ideal thing for most of them. When it already plays on that aspect of human so much. The thing is, a lot of people vote for someone just because they don't like the other candidate too. That's what happened with Trump versus Biden, Kamala. Yeah, that as well. Yeah, Dev also brings up a good point about trading. Female-led countries are pretty nice. No clue. What's even a female-led country? So what's going on with these charts, right? What's going on with these charts? Biddy's looking relatively weak. What should we do with this ETH trade? I'm like so torn. I want to greed in case we like break out. But I should probably take some profit. We'll leave his alarm here. If we start to like lose this stuff, we'll look at it. Let's go back to the yapping. Back to the yapping. Oh, there's no yapping. We'll look up the female country list then. Well, so we're gonna do a juice box soon, because I just remembered I have to go to the 7:30 hike, right? It just fucking crossed my mind. Email, actually it's not the right Google search. Female-led countries. Bangladesh, Iceland, Italy, Aruba, Uganda, and Samoa. Wait, no, there's more. Denmark, Greece, Lithuania, Sri Lanka, Macedonia. Interesting. Dated some interesting females from Macedonia. We'll say that. Bum. God damn. What a day. How long have we been sitting here yapping for? What's crazy is that we haven't even touched the iceberg, right? We haven't even. There's so much we didn't talk about. Researching the pros and cons of female-led countries. It's hard to find any quick info. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine. It seems like a pretty... Like, what do you even quantify there? Can't imagine there's a really big difference, but... The countries are better death rates. Yeah, but like sample size is too small. It's not like how many were on that list? I just looked at like 20 total. Basically random. Getting data on that. Death rates could be high for many reasons. Study looking at COVID-19 responses. I don't know if this is the most interesting of things to... Like, the data set's too small and there's so many factors that go into these things that's completely unrelated to the person themselves, whether it was a male or female. Or at least that's how I'm seeing it in my head. You been wrong? You know what I found out the other day, which I found mind blowing? There's still people out there that not only mask up every single day, like in North America where it was like not normal, like sure in China like they've always been doing that and whatnot, like the Asia region. But they also think that people, like the people I'm talking about, they also think that people that aren't wearing masks are still like serial killers, right? Who want people to die, actively trying to get people killed with COVID. Well, it was a scientific study, so I mentioned that under the disclosures, but that low power was not an issue. I got the vaccines. Yeah, I was forced to. Definitely regret it though. I only got the first two though. I never got none of the boosters, none of that. Only reason I got it is because I had to fly. They wouldn't let you fly without it. I got two because I needed to for school, otherwise I'd be suspended. And I was gonna go to the gym. Yeah, yeah, basically, right? Look how that turned out. Bum, 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 bum. I don't get why everyone is so against vaccines. I don't know if they're entirely against vaccines. I mean, I think in the case of COVID, it was like there are certain vaccines that have been shown to do certain things. Sure, it may be like a small subset of the population, but you can't just ignore it. Like if you have a vaccine and like 2 in every 100 people experience some kind of serious health issue because of it, it's pretty significant, right? It's 2 in every 100 people. It's like not 2 lives ruined per every 100 people. But yeah, and in the case of like COVID, it was like, okay, so we know that vaccines can have potential side effects, and now we're just developing this thing randomly with like little to no testing, just mass distributing it to the entire population. Perfectly reasonable to be a little suspicious. Yeah, anyone that was like demonized. I got sick in 2022 before it was available. That's why my reasoning for not getting the vaccine. Yeah, that too. That's like the other thing. Like I got COVID as well. Not that serious. Yeah, I like night sweats one night. Ooh. No. There's no vaccine. 50 people die for every 100 people. Are you talking about the COVID vaccine? I don't know if that's true at all. I don't know if that's true. Definitely have to fact check that. I know 2 people have had health complications from COVID vaccines. Yeah, me too. Me too. I got it too. Tell me how my entire life I have like 1 or 2 lipomas, and then I get the COVID vaccine, and within like 6 months I have like 30 of them, and a bunch of them are in the arm where I got the vaccine shot. Coincidence? You tell me. You tell me. 50% statistics not accurate, just a guess. It was definitely up there. I don't think you can compare the COVID to the bubonic plague. Not even remotely close. COVID is the flu. It's just like a slightly stronger version of the seasonal flu. People get that all the time. It's no big deal. It wasn't like you got COVID and like you're just sitting there on your knees praying to God if you make it through the night. If you were like some unhealthy person with like previous health issues, like immunocompromised, then like yeah, maybe you should be a little bit more concerned. But even then, you guys don't understand the death mortality rate of COVID. What was it? What was the death mortality rate? Whoops.
Fibonacci, feel that song.
Case versus infection versus excess mortality. What's the difference? Okay, so case fatality rate is the number of confirmed deaths divided by the number of confirmed cases. Infection fatality rate is deaths divided by total infections. Deaths divided by total infections, including the undiagnosed. Okay, it's an odd metric. How do you even... And excess mortality is how many more people died than would be expected without the pandemic. Okay, so just like typical death rate. Young healthy people die from COVID. Man, you are smoking loud back right now. It's not anywhere near 70%. In the early pandemic, they estimated it to be 1 to 3%. And in reality, it ended up being lower, and then it only trended lower from that once the things you're describing started, like vaccines and isolation protocols and like better hygiene occurring. Like, let's just compare this to what like the Spanish plague was, right? Much deadlier. Damn. Spanish flu killed 5% of the global population estimated. Whereas COVID at the highest estimates, which ended up being wrong, it's 0.3%. So like we're like more than a whole order of magnitude higher. There's a discussion of possible false reporting related cases of COVID. So more funding, that too. And that's actually been coming more, that's like recently resurfaced in the news actually. But that's also very true. Like at this point, like we've all heard, like there's been so many stories of like different people along the chain all lying about the numbers, right? It wasn't just like one entity, it was like multiple entities lying about it. There are 73.1 million people in the US under age 18, only 183 reported COVID deaths in this age group between 2022. Of those, 2/3 had underlying medical conditions. Yeah. Spanish flu pandemic of 19. Well, why'd you post that quote? Like, to say that they had no vaccine back then. COVID causes pneumonia. Yeah, doesn't that look kind of like one of the factors in it, like people that died versus not? Also, you know, it's a random side tangent, but if you guys want to learn some very interesting topic in terms of like viruses advancing and bacteria advancing, like super bacteria and super viruses. Pretty crazy. The humanity's like, who better hope AI saves us in that regard. Because it's starting to get to the point where it's like a health risk to go get a surgery at a hospital. Because they have so many like, like super bacteria that's resistant to anything known to man. And they don't know what to do, right? It's just evolved too far gone. Outsmarted us. But anyways, back to the topic. Yeah, of course there was no vaccine back then, wasn't it? Like, it was like literally a century ago. Yeah, 105 years ago. We have antibiotic policies to help prevent bacteria and viruses. Yeah, but it's not working, right? There's no what policy is there to implement to stop this? There is none. Like, we cannot stop evolution, right? We might come up with ways to address it down the road, but ain't no policies stopping that. Things yet to be proved if COVID was really engineered or not. I guess there's no. People not going to conspiracy up. Yeah, I don't know whether it was or not. It's like who even cares, right? And they, who cares? I haven't looked into it much, but like, would anybody be surprised if that was something that did get like leaked from a lab? I guess is the question. Hospitals only use stronger antibiotics unless you can demonstrate the weaker antibiotics are effective. The real issue is that patients don't complete their antibiotics course, giving bacteria a chance to develop resistance to the antibiotic. That too. Yeah, like that's why they always tell you to like finish your whole prescription even if you're feeling better. But even then, I don't think like it's inevitable. It's inevitable, right? It's just the way biology works. It's inevitable. Like the only way that this doesn't occur is if everyone on planet Earth immediately clues into what's happening with this, and we all like hive mind the most optimal way of having not a single cell of these ever survive. Like wash down every single surface after use, like blah blah blah, right? This is the most like OCD germ hygiene imaginable by every human on Earth for the rest of eternity. Seems a little unlikely to me. I'll take a piss.
Candle breaking now, price back on 10. Profit in the bag, racks never been. I just ride a map, don't need no friends. Golden pocket hit, yeah, I double in. Haters talking slick, never cashing in. Pixel perfect touch, then I win again. All time high, they can't pretend. Smoking on logic, the chart hit a lift. Marco's got precision, entry was swift. Dead ops crying, they fumbled the shift. I'm cooking up mad like I'm whipping a brick. 618 with a 702. Stack the Fibonacci, now the bag come through. Roll my lines, market came like glue. How you mad? I knew what the math would do. All time high, now they mad again. Candle breaking now, price back on 10. Profit in the bag, racks never been. I just ride a math, don't need no friends. Golden pocket hit, yeah, I double in. Haters talking slick, never cashing in. Pixel perfect touch, then I win again. All time high, they can't pretend. I ain't looking left, that's trap talk. They stuck in drawdown, we lap y'all. Price break, range, that's jackpot. I print on Ray Day, no back talk. Imaginary line still hitting on cue. Why they chasing hype? I'm chilling with you. Lambo dreams, that's my walkthrough. Chart look clean like it's dressed in new. All time high, now they mad again. Candle breaking now, price back on 10. Profit in the bag, racks never been. I just ride a map, don't need no friends.
Target lock, yeah, I hit it with precision. Price pull back, then I nailed the position. Wrist on chart, yeah, the math got the vision. Dancing in the green, yeah, we live in the mission. Set the level, draw the zone, place the line. Price tap once, then it bounce right on time. I don't chase, I wait, let it come to me. Hit that TP like a shot from 3. Club lights flash, straight locked in. Profit running like it's trying to win. I ain't emotional, I'm surgical. All my feels look vertical. He's so clean with the wrist control. PT 1, 2, 3, let it roll. Wanna dance while the charts unfold. That Marco's math hit different.
Another headline today.
Hit it with precision.
Fauci, how do you say that guy's name? Called back before Congress after his request to delete government emails uncovered by Senator Paul. No clue. I don't know enough about this guy. Like, I know he was like in the headlines with all the COVID stuff, and I never like looked into it too much, like what he's accused of and whatnot, or why is he so like, why is he like a popular figure, controversial, whatever. Nowadays, I much prefer natural herbal remedies. I was sick last week, taking Advil for 3 days. No difference. I took some honey and black seeds. I felt instantly better. Yeah, there's a pretty cool podcast I watched recently about that. And Diary of a CEO. But like, not only that, but like also like people misuse medicine. It's like they have like you have inflammation somewhere, like in your shoulder or something, and then you just take like an anti-inflammatory, but like you're not addressing why you have inflammation, right? It definitely is a concern, but only concern because of our own stupidity, or you're at that. I want to get better anyway for medicine. Don't taking medicine much anymore. Yeah, it's pretty rare. I don't. Thing is, sometimes I get migraines, like really bad migraines. It's like sensitive to the light even, and then it's like, yeah, I need to pop an Advil or 2 because if not, shit's fucked. That's pretty rare though. I haven't had one of those in actually, now that I think about it, I haven't had one of those in a long time. Really long time. Interesting. I wonder what that is. Interesting. I didn't realize that until just now. I respect them a lot though. That's actually such a fascinating thought to have. Interesting. Anyways. We can eradicate diseases. Smallpox is eradicated. Isn't there some like cases of that? Or am I thinking of something else? I'm thinking of something else. Seems to be correct. Isn't there currently some like thing on the rise that like we kind of had under control and now it's like a rising up again? I don't know what the name of the disease is. Maybe one of you guys rings a bell. Polio can be eradicated if the Muslim countries would allow the vaccine to be administered. Like what's some religious thing or something? Some people don't take basic precautions though. You'd be surprised the number of people who don't wash their hands if they're going to the washroom. Shit, even I do that sometimes. At home. He was a master of talking of both sides of his mouth. For someone trying to convince the Americans to take the shot and trust the guy. Yeah, like it was. Oh yeah, isn't that the controversy? Wasn't it disclosed that he was like getting money or something for this crap? They had to make PSAs telling adults how to wash their hands. Although some people don't know because like it is thorough, right? Like it really, if you're actually like washing your hands like properly. And most people think you just kind of like get some water, right? But you have to like go like under your nails, blah blah blah, like do the whole shebang. It's a relationship we need. Bacteria, viruses, parasites trigger the immune system. We need to have constant exposure to keep our immune system strong. If we live in a sterile environment, the weak immune system will fall against a mild infection. I think that makes sense. I feel like I've read that somewhere that like you don't want to be like super like too sterile. Measles, yeah, it might be measles. The polio vaccine is produced by pigs. Oh, that's why Muslims don't use it. Wait, what does it do though? What does polio actually do? I don't even know. Impacts the nervous system. Oh, interesting. I mean, it doesn't seem that serious, though. I mean, if this data is correct, it doesn't seem that serious to me. I think 90 to 95% of people that get this have no symptoms, and then of the remaining 5%, less than 1% have like some kind of severe long-term effect. So 1% of a 5%. Whatever, I guess if it's like needless and we have a vaccine, a needless case of this. I intentionally live a dirty life, so I'm constantly triggering my immune system. For example, teachers have less illness rates from autistic children they come in contact with. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. On the charts, yeah, we should. I should really do a juice box as much as I'm just kind of enjoying sitting here yapping about shit. I do need to go to bed. You need to go to bed. I mean, this thing I drew when I came back. I already remember looking at this fucking thing, right? This thing about to start shit in the bed or what? Anyways. Look at some of this stuff real quick, see what's going on here. I really don't know if we leave here without at least tapping this, we'll say that, because there's a massive, massive high leverage liquidation right here. Massive. It's been sitting, and it's been sitting there for a while too. It's the largest high leverage liquidation is right there. Something tells me they're in the scope, right? Something tells me that they're in the scope. Maybe they get saved, right? Maybe they get saved, but wouldn't get a 50-50 probability, we'll say that. Bum 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 bum. I'm getting distracted. There's like no volume on any exchange, there's just literally nothing going on. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. A lot underwater longs are in OKX. They're like opening into this move, just like boom, 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 boom. So like right now they're all kind of just underwater swimming a bit. Look at that in a sec. But the same kind of story that's going on yesterday, right? It's like the hidden bull divs are already starting to like print on like CBD, and these like are, you know, close if not getting there. Like already exaggerated ones. So people are going to be entertaining the long, most likely. Whether it's like we start to go from where we are now, or like down here. Where is the other 153? 1153 level seems interesting. Yeah, I be watching like that. Like either we're gonna come and like just like quickly clean the low on the TPO and go, or like something here, like the naked point of control and like the Valerie low, and then maybe we like clean this low, right? Like obviously like, all in the cards. After that, I don't know. A little paranoid. Hard to say, hard to say, because it's the weekend, right? It's the thing. It's the weekend. So like, is there a world where we start to head down like on in a meaningful way, like on the weekend, and then just do another CME gap the exact same way? So where did that close exactly? We should probably be mindful of that. Hmm. And so we'll be mindful of where we are now in relation to like where the gap will be. I suspect we'll be coming back towards it by the time the futures resume. But we'll see, right? Then they just speculating. So we'll write this down. What the hell? What the fuck? Plus mathing, right? Just kind of mathing there. Whoops. Mm. Also, in terms of longing this from above, unless you're trying to get in like on the low time frame before this move, I don't know if I'd be entertaining it. Unless we like flip this level in the higher time frame, kind of thing. Because a very realistic world where this move ends here, up here, if we even make it here. So probably not the best time to be longing before some kind of like retest of something. So best bet's probably gonna be like flipping like these like lower time, like the VWAP from yesterday and like today's VWAP. And hoping that ends up being the move that goes. Whether it's like we go here from here or after like cleaning some of this stuff. So we're just gonna say like look to flip like the VWAP at some point. Both like today's and yesterday's. And we talked about the longs down here yesterday. Well, I don't know. Probability of us coming down here on the weekend. And also, like, how we come down here was gonna kind of, at least for me, impact if I want to take the long or not. But we'll just like leave the cleaning of the 3 lows, right? Like 1, like 2, 3, all possible. Boom. Mm, 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 mm. And probably this, right? It's probably it. What is this? 1143. Yeah. Kind of like a continuation of like the moving average from yesterday, the 50-day SMA. It's gonna be like right here at its naked point of control, essentially. Plus like some math confluencing, plus like the volume. So if we do end up making it down there, I'm sure some people will be fishing, especially because at that point, like the divs will definitely be printing. We'll just put 1143. I'm not gonna list out all the reasons. Too tired. Too tired. All the higher time frame stuff. We'll leave it off today. Whatever. You already know. You know, right? Everybody already knows. We're all planned already. For the short, probably cleaning these highs, right? Some crap like that. The most immediate thing catching my eye. Gotta be careful though. Like same kind of context as yesterday. You probably want to like wait for it to actually happen. I'm sure if like you're seeing like low time frame edge forming here, then like yeah, you can go for it, right? You could have done it yesterday as well, but like just be mindful that this is like Boswell, right? Same kind of thing as Boswell. If it runs off on you and finishes cleaning the zone for like the 3rd drive. So if you are gonna try it, like manage your risk, right? Stop loss break even immediately. Don't lose money needlessly getting run over. Kind of see like the failed auction forming below yellow box. To the downside, hard to say. Hard to say. Hmm. Probably be losing this, right? Or like losing this. Some kind of bearish retest down here, basically. Can't even think. I'm so like freaking dead right now. Can't even think.
You say breakout, we say bait. You running fast, we lay that plate. SL hit, that's chain reaction. You bought fake highs, we fade with passion. B-chain swing when the field get placed. Double R drift like it's past your pace.
We'll say this: if it's not gonna do this, right? If it's not gonna start to do it one of these, like bounce here relatively soon, and they just start to like, go like straight lower, then like yeah, look for some like bigger pullback into this region and into like one of these kind of things, right? Probably the best bet for getting in from lower on the short, because you kind of like missed this one already. At least like the ideal entry. If you were looking to take a short. Yeah. I think that's the best way to leave that right there. So we'll do this first. Or if we go straight down from here, some bearish retest of like yellow line, flash VWAP, whatever, right? Typical confluence, typical things you look for. And then from like the above, it's like the sweep, right? The yellow box sweep. Be careful though. Be careful though. I think we were talking about earlier in the stream today, like the idea of like potentially going like higher. So make sure there's actually like edge forming here. Reason to actually take the trade. Boom, boom, boom. And we talked about the higher time frame ones to the downside, I guess, yesterday, like the bearish retest of like these like larger levels in the green box. So that's covered. I think that should do it, right? That should do it. Bing. Leave that. Leave that. I feel like I'm just like speaking gibberish right now. It's coming out of my mouth. That doesn't even make sense in my own head. But we're doing it anyways. Doge with Takeo's July high. Doge. Yeah, looking strong. Looking strong. Anyways, we are out of here. I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. I need to be up. I don't even know. Less than 6 hours. Damn. Let's do a chat shuttle. Although I don't think it's gonna load, right? We had quite the yap in here today. Quite the yap. We still have Carl though. Shout out to Dev. Shout out to Carl, right? Carl did not know the math, guys. I didn't know what was going on. Shout out to NASCAR all out, and shout out to Harris, right? That was it. That was the whole gang. But yeah, tomorrow we'll see. I may not stream tomorrow. I mean, we'll kind of see how things are going and how these charts are looking. If we're kind of sitting sideways, nothing's really going on, maybe I won't get on, but we'll see. If I'm around, I'll like squeeze in some time, or if something like starts happening like while I'm at home. But yeah, if not, worst case, we'll be back Sunday for the futures resumption and kind of go from there. Get ready for FOMC, guys. FOMC next week. Less than a week away. You guys better be excited, because I'm fucking excited. But anyways, I'm out here. I'm going to bed. You guys have an amazing rest of your evening. Shout out to you guys for hanging out, right? Shout out to you guys for hanging out here, nerding out all night. Shout out to the squad. We'll be back again soon, though. Later.